Hello and welcome to another stream of the original Until Dawn by Supermassive. Continuing my music-only playthrough to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary. Hey there, Anmita. I'm doing well, thanks. Things are going good. How about you? How's the rest of your stream? Hello there, Sona. How's your day going? Hey there, Shin. Hello to you as well. How's things? So just to go over the music-only focus for this playthrough, the sound effects and the dialogue are set to 0, so it's just the music track. Whenever there isn't any music, it just means that, well, there's no music in that part. Listening to the music until it either loops or stops, and also trying to cover when the music changes depending on certain actions. So if a character is standing still, there might be a piece of music that plays, and then as you take a few steps forward, the music might add a new layer on top. So basically going through and with a fine-tooth comb, listening to all the music. There might be some music that we actually heard before, but I'll still stop a little bit just to hear it out because it might be the same for a couple of loops, but then add something different as well. And also trying to cover as many different contexts. So trying to cover when there's a character that dies. I want to make sure that I get a playthrough done first where all the characters die to get their music and everything for their deaths and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll probably have to do another pass through the game as well. Hey there, Keone. Welcome. How's things? And me too, glad to hear that. You're doing well, having a good day so far. The stream went well, assassinated the hyena, and completed some side quests. Awesome. Glad to hear that you're doing well too. That's awesome, dude. And GG's on that. The hyena is one of those targets that is pretty empathetic, you know, so it's kind of a difficult one. Shinya had the weirdest bug with Hytham in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He was glitched on top of a horse inside the Hidden One's base in Ravensthorpe. Never actually come across that one before. That would have looked funny. Keone, you lost your Skyrim permadeath character? Oh no, so by vampires, was it? Oh damn. That is so frustrating, Keone. Sorry to hear that happened. That's okay, Mita. Yeah, it's interesting the dynamic between Bayek and Aya and losing their child Camus and also the villains that they come up against that also have their own children too and the effects that their choices as Order of the Ancient members have on them, especially Tahaka and all that kind of stuff. Chapter-wise, we're up to chapter 5. I was going to go through off stream and take note of music differences in chapter 5 and 6, but as the time went on and each day came around, I just didn't feel like playing through ahead to only have to play through it again. I don't want to get burnt out, so we're just going to go through chapter 5 with as fine a tooth comb as I can, and hopefully also do the same for chapter 6 as well. Keone, but doing well. How about you? GG's on Tomb Raider again. Thank you very much, Keone, for the GG's, for finishing the Tomb Raider. It was definitely a long stream day, but got Legend and Underworld done, so that was good. Glad to hear that you're doing well. As for me, I'm doing good too. Been having a good Friday. Amita, yeah, Bayek even says to her, we cannot bring our children back. Exactly, Amita. Yeah, it's quite sad, and the lengths that these characters will go to as well, and the hyena is, of course, willing to throw away everything and focus just purely on trying to get her daughter to come back and trying to use the ones who came before and their influence and try and, bring back. Hey there, Not Fry. Welcome on in. How's your day going? I love how you can move the character's head. Not Friday was okay, thanks. How about you? That is good to hear, Not Fry. That's awesome. Mine was really good. Had a good day today. It's now almost 6 p.m. Thought I'd start this stream a little bit later since I went until I think it was 2 or 2:30 a.m. this morning my time to finish Tomb Raider Underworld. But it's good to get it done. Then that way I can add Wednesday and Thursday to my Assassin's Creed Valhalla streams. Because the more streams I can do of that game in a row, the quicker I'll get through the playthrough. Thank you, Not Fry. Cheers, dude. We're going to jump into Chapter 5, and I'm going to try my best to cover the music without having already gone through and made notes and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to make notes as I go through as well, because then that way, if I do decide to pass through the game again with the music only, at least I'll know what I did as choices, so that if I want to choose something else to see if there's a change in music, I can at least do that. Okay, so it seems that this music here is just going to keep on looping, insofar as having Mike further away from the actual building. Not Fry, this game is on PlayStation Plus. You're wondering if you'd like it. If you've played games like this before, where you have exploration parts, but you also have QTEs, and that's the big thing, because with the QTEs in this game, they're the same. But having said that, though, in the heat of the moment, it's very easy to get frustrated and be like, fuck this, I'll just accept this choice and stuff. So if you can put up with that kind of gameplay, then these games are definitely really good as well, especially for replay value, being able to make different choices and see different outcomes. In Meter, the clip you made with the slow motion high precision was so funny. It really was, dude. I love it when sound effects or voices go in slow motion with some actions and stuff in video games. High precision, Gareth. Things like that. Hold on. No, Fry, gotcha. You might give it a try sometimes. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, the early chapters are pretty good though because they let you make mistakes that don't actually affect whether or not your character will survive. But definitely in chapter 4, that's where I would say that your choices or messing up QTEs can definitely have an impact on a character's death. Yeah, it's so fun to do that as a sound too, as well, because it's very easy to talk at your own natural, pace. But when you're actually trying to slow down, it can be a bit hard. AC, thank you so very much for the raid. Ground units, be advised. Friendly AC-130 now entering your airspace. Targeting hostiles in your AO. Firing danger close. Thank you very much, AC, for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. How was Ark Survival Ascended? Hope things went well. Yeah, me too. And then it's like trying to be really fast. Like I remember as a kid, the first time with a cassette tape, playing it in reverse. No, not sorry. Playing it in like at double speed, and so they essentially sounded like chipmunks as well. Hello, mate. How you going? Pretty good, eh? Yep. Hi, Prison Gary. It's like what? Hi, Prison Gary. It's like slow it down a bit. High precision, Gareth. And then you go like in Odyssey where you're fighting and it's like Malaka, I'm on fucking fire. Malaka, I'm on fucking fire. AC, we got what we need to spawn the high level boss. Now you're working on building the T-Rex army to kill it. That sounds really fun. A T-Rex army. Damn. So, are they basically just able to do their grabbing with their mouth and eating, or can they do sort of like tail whips and stuff? For those joining the raid, there's nothing wrong with your audio. I've got the music track and the dialogue sound, like I got the dialogue and sound effects turned off on purpose. I'm doing a playthrough to pay tribute to the music of this game by Jason Graves as well. So yeah, there's no glitch happening with the game, and there's no issue with your audio. If there's no music at all, it just means that there was no music put into that part of the game, or it was probably tied to the sound effects track, because sometimes that does happen with these games. Not every bit of music, or not even every bit of dialogue, will be tied to the specific audio track. You might have some dialogue that's considered sound effects because it might be NPCs saying things versus the main characters saying stuff as well. I'm currently in chapter 5 at the moment, and so we're playing as Mike here, who is on his way to the sanatorium on the mountain. AC, no, just bite for high damage and hopefully not die before the boss. Boss is an ice wyvern though, and Rexes can't fly. Yeah, any enemy in a game that has like a height advantage or like a vantage point that they can use, like that can be really, really tough. And also if they're very quick too. Demon Shaggy, thank you for the lurk. that kind of music can be very tricky to determine where a loop happens. So I just wanted to wait until that really loud layer had actually happened again, because I noticed it happened before. Dr. Darling, Rod's starting late. You knew this would happen since he ended late yesterday. Today, technically. I think it was like 2 or 2:30 in the morning today that I finished Tomb Raider Underworld. It's now 6 p.m., 6 past 6 p.m. on the same day. How's things, Dr. Darling? Hey there, Ifrit. How's things? Sona, the erratic movement makes you think of schizophrenia patients. I haven't actually seen or like not even in like videos or anything what schizophrenia patients physically like do and all that kind of stuff. But I definitely can imagine that with something where things can be imagined to be seen or heard, that it might make the person be on edge in a way that, makes them sort of like jittery maybe. Hey there, E-Tone. How's things going? Dr. Darling, you have 1.5 hours to watch and then you won't be back until the evening. Oh, that's fair enough, Dr. Darling, especially if you've got work happening. E-Tone, you can't believe how old this game is, but still holds up. That is true. That's the thing too about the recent remake is all this game really maybe needed was just improvements with resolution. Just keep the lighting the same, keep the color palette the same, keep the all the visuals the same. But yeah, in the remake they've obviously done an overhaul, but also replaced all the music and not just like songs and stuff, which is fair enough because obviously they have to pay money to license the music and all that kind of stuff. But the actual stuff composed by Jason Graves in the original is completely thrown out with the remake as well. So the main character from A Beautiful Mind tends to have similar movements at times. Only ever saw a little bit of that movie. That was Russell Crowe, wasn't it? Ifrit, you remember marathoning this game on Halloween night with your girlfriend was awesome? Oh, nice. That sounds like a great time. That's really cool, Ifrit. It's good to have memories like that. I think when I first played this game, I just basically kept on playing it until I finished it. I think I finished it, I think I started it sometime in the evening and then just kept on going till the early hours of the morning to finish it. It was really, really fun. So far in Chapter 5, we've had the music that plays in the cutscene at the start. We've had the music that plays when you're far away from the sanatorium building, which then loops. As you get closer to the building, that same music from before plays, but there's a new layer added on top, which then loops. And I chose to go through the front door, which has its own music, and then the cutscene had the music continue from opening the door, and then now we've got a different music that was starting with Mike just inside the entrance here, where you use the what do they call it? Those punching cards. Um, so that's where we're at so far, and this music loops as well. Just need to double check something about this chapter as well. I know that Mike is safe for this chapter because it's not until chapter 10 where Mike can die. I think what I'm going to do is to get the music for it. I'm actually going to have Mike put his hand in the trap on purpose and cover the music for that. So that's something that I know is coming up in this, but I'll just bring up chapter 5. Just so while this music is looping and stuff, I can check ahead. in Meta, that reminded you of the time when you played Black Flag for the first time. You played until 7 a.m. and managed to defeat all the legendary ships. Oh, that's really cool in Meta, that you kept going with it until you had that done. And those legendary ships, they're very memorable battles. The one that I hated the most was the one that had all the armor, but was really quick, so it could do unnatural U-turns really quickly. That one was friggin' annoying. Which one do you think was the one that you had? What was the one that you had the most trouble with? E-turn, is it possible to target certain people but keep everybody alive, like make your own challenges, lol? Within reason, E-tone, there's some characters that are important for the main narrative. For example, Mike here. If you didn't like Mike, unfortunately, there's no way to kill him off earlier than chapter 10, for example. But if you like him and you want him to survive, then at least you've got the ability to keep him alive in chapter 10. But then there's other characters that are pretty tricky as well. Like Matt and Emily, they actually have things that each character can decide to do that actually affect whether the other dies or not as well. Um, I mean, it's certainly possible to an extent, but I think it'd be very tricky to try and do. By comparison, if you look at Supermassive's Dark Pictures series, um, you can be a bit more specific with that. And there's even achievements for making sure that only the male characters survive, and also one for making sure that only the female characters survive in those Dark Pictures games. But the other thing that's great about these games is it doesn't necessarily change what happens in it, but it's all about how you as the player want to frame the scenario. So, for example, last year in October for Halloween month, I did a playthrough of this game, and I role-played as a puppet master who didn't just want the characters to all die, but also wanted to make them suffer or make them look stupid. So even though that would fall under just basically killing off the characters, I added the roleplay element of wanting to not only kill the characters in this game, but make them suffer. So make sure that Mike fucks up all the QTE, so he keeps hitting his head when he's running after Jessica and tripping over and all that kind of stuff. Have him put his hand in the trap on purpose, things like that. So that was kind of fun. So that's another thing you can do with these games too. Emitter, El Impoluto was the hardest for you. That one is quite fast. You try to hit it from the back and it just turns around so quickly. Oh yeah, dude, it's so friggin' annoying with that one. And it can be cunning too, because if you try and block its path with explosive barrels, it'll sort of like hang back a bit, and it's hoping that you're going to get some distance from it, and then it starts to use the other attack as well. So it's very, very formidable, that ship. Sometimes the two ships can be friggin' tricky, especially when you get caught in between both of them and they're all firing at you at once as well. Really, really can be so annoying. In Meta, true. If you defeat one of them first, the other one will go crazy and hit you with everything they got. That's the other thing too, as well. And then if you haven't got like the ship upgraded enough, then you're going to get obliterated. Schiller has done playthroughs where he doesn't upgrade the jackdaw except for when the game forces them. And I haven't actually done that yet, but I definitely want to at some point. It's going to be crazy. But I don't think I would do the legendary ships though, without being fully upgraded, because that would just be like a long time trying to defeat the damn thing. Especially the ones that do a lot of damage to you. That would be just, yeah, not fun. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming that. The ki ma ma ma. Thank you for redeeming a random horror movie quote too. Why have you disturbed our sleep, awakened us from our ancient slumber? You will die, like the others before you. One by one we will take you. Thank you for redeeming a random horror movie quote. That was from the original Evil Dead. It's when the character of Cheryl is possessed and she reveals her possession. In Meta, oh yeah, that would turn into a death loop. It really would, for sure. Like, you'd have to have a lot of patience for that too. And you would have to enjoy doing the same thing over and over and over again for hours on end. Zareth, the person looking at the same time you're doing it, but still low. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I could make the most of that redeem, but also the timing of it being in this menu. It's really cool. It's fun to make the head of the character move around. Zareth just sounded like a good time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think the person that's being possessed has a good time. I think the Deadite possessing the person has a really great time. Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum. Thank you for redeeming that as well, Zereth. That's from The Shining, the Stanley Kubrick version. It's the scene where Danny is basically writing on the mirror in red, and he's writing the word red rum, and he's going like that. And then the camera shows what he's actually writing in reverse, which is murder, of course. Zereth, why is all the rum red? Not only is the rum gone, it's also red as well. Thanks for redeeming those, Zereth. Thank you. me too. You thought it would be the one for Vampire. Oh yeah, the one that sounds like it's going Rum Lord, Rum Lord, Rum Lord, Rum Lord. I like to retain it, retain it. I like to retain it, retain it. I like to retain it. Also, I can see my house from here. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression, Zereth. Instead of the song, I like to move it, move it. I like to redeem it, redeem it. Hello, Chelsea. Welcome. W game. The mic stuff drags on though. Yeah, this game, the original, is really, really good. Can't believe that it came out 10 years ago. Still very enjoyable. I wanted to do something special for its 10th anniversary, so I never actually got the game done to 100% before getting all the collectibles, so I did that for Phase 1, and then I've now wanted to do a music tribute playthrough to it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to the mic stuff. Definitely a lot of collectibles that you can find, a lot of information, and the thing about these games too, like if there's a character you don't like much, not every character can, be killed when you want if you don't like them. Well, that was intense. Zero, that music was perfect timing for the game you're playing. Oh, was it? What game are you playing at the moment? For those who haven't played the game before and you're wondering what happens if you choose to use the machete, there's a QTE. If you succeed, then Mike will get his finger out, but I think you'll also, well, I think, hang on, if you fail the QTE, he'll, um, actually, I can't remember now because I'm trying to think if you fail the QTE and I think like the machete gets destroyed, I think. But I think it gets destroyed anyway, either way, whatever you decide to do. Um, but yeah, if you want to preserve the machete and not break it, then you need to cut Mike's fingers off. But you could also not interact with it at all. So if you choose not to even touch the hand, then Mike will keep the machete, of course, intact. Be right back. Keep an eye on him for me, Mike. Alrighty then, I'm back. Zereth, you're playing Cache Cleaner Simulator, but you can escape the place and the music started just when you did. Very good timing then. Man, there must be heaps of simulator games doing things like that. Cache Cleaner, Wall Cleaner, probably probably toilet scrubber simulator and all this. Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum. Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling, from The Shining.
Here's Bane.
Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. It's a bit challenging to do that quote the way that Jack Nicholson does it in The Shining. Not that I can do a Jack Nicholson impression, but there's a certain sing-songy way that he says it. Here's Johnny. That kind of thing. Got a bit of a sort of like lead up in the here, which is pretty hard for me to do with the Bane voice. It becomes here.
Here. Here's Bane.
Bit trickier. Hey, Mr. Epic. Welcome. How's things? Here's Johnny. I'm in. Annie. Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. I've also got a command for it as well. Um, I think that's the. Yeah. I like to use it when in Alan Wake, Alan has the dialogue about how Stucky would be, I can't remember the exact quote, but, before Stucky is knocking down his door like Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Charles Ducky, pleased to meet you.
When he becomes a Taken. Zereth, ancient Johnny from the Old Kingdom, the very Old Kingdom. But what is the kingdom that is before the Old Kingdom? The really Old Kingdom? Zereth, the First Kingdom. But what was the kingdom before the First Kingdom, though? Mr. Epic, the Ancient Dinosaurs Kingdom. Actually, that reminds me, I think it's in the Hidden Ones DLC. You can actually find a dinosaur skeleton in one of the locations. I think it's like a bandit location. I like how, at this point in the story, based on the choices I've made, Jess is actually dead, yet the relationship status between her and Mike is not like in the complete red. It's not even in red at all, because you would think that the fact that she is dead because Mike was too slow to actually get to her would be counted as a very bad thing in the relationship status. Although it has actually made the romantic status red. And his best relationship in this part of the playthrough is still with Jess as well. It's at the lowest with Matt. Mr. Epic relationship status. It's complicated. Yeah, the classic. It's complicated, which could mean so many things. It's like just could be replaced with whatever reason. Zero, she died might be like, it could be worse. Yeah, it's interesting that part of the game because if you take all the safe routes, then she'll die. If you take all the fast routes and of course fuck up all the QTEs, she'll die. So you take the fast route and you get all the QTEs, then she'll live. The game will make you think that she might be dead, but you'll definitely know that she's dead because if she's dead, her jaw will be ripped by the Wendigo. So that's when you know that she's really, really dead. But if you get all the QTEs correct, Mike will find her, but the elevator that she's on will collapse, and later on in the story, you'll find that she survived it. Hey there, Taco. I hope things are going well. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Thank you. Okay, so I've got one. Any carry-on luggage? Just him. Open your mouth again, and I'll nail it shut. You must fasten your seatbelt, sir. Thank you. Can I have a blanket and a pillow, please? Sure, there you go. Thank you. Excuse me, how long is the flight? We land in Valverde in exactly 11 hours. Thank you. And do me a favor. Don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired. Sir, during takeoff, you must remain seated. I'm airsick. Thanks for redeeming that. That's from Commando. For those wondering what those sound effects were supposed to imply, if you haven't seen the movie before, basically Arnie's character is forced to do something for the villain, one of the villains, and they put him on a plane and they have someone that is supposed to keep an eye on him. And so to get off the plane, he basically elbows the guy and then breaks his neck. And then he props him up in his seat and then he puts the blanket and the pillow behind his head and takes the guy's hat and puts it over his face. And then when the stewardess comes along, that's when he asks about how long the flight is. And then that's when he's like, don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired. Taco, hey Rod, hope you've been well. Sorry got put on nights for a while. Oh, that's no trouble at all, Taco. That's understandable. I hope it's been going well though. As for me, I've been going good, doing more of this music playthrough, kind of just taking a little bit of a break from the music part for a bit. But yeah, doing really well. Did a lot of Tomb Raider streams recently. I finished off Tomb Raider. What did I do? I did Last Revelation, and then I did Chronicles, and then I did Angel of Darkness, and then I did yesterday. Or was it today? It's so funny because when I stream, often I can stream past midnight. Um, but yeah, I finished off Tomb Raider Anniversary, and then I finished off Tomb Raider Legend. That's right, it was Wednesday. Wednesday I finished Tomb Raider Anniversary in one stream. Then on Thursday I did Tomb Raider Legend in one stream, and then I did Underworld in one stream, but that one went over until 2 a.m. Friday morning. But yeah, I've been going well. Zereth, if Taco goes ding, would they then be Taco Bell? Nice one, Zereth. Taco, the one Arnie movie you have never seen. Definitely recommend it if you ever get the time. It's probably the one movie that if you want to show someone what the quintessential 80s Arnie movie was like, then Commando is definitely a good pick. Because in that one, it's probably the one where he says a lot of dialogue the most in his early career. I mean, with the exception of Stay Hungry and Pumping Iron, I guess, because of the nature of what those movies are. But the movie Conan, which he had done in 1982, definitely didn't have a lot of dialogue for the character, but I think that worked as well. But yeah, Commando has a lot of really, really good one-liners and stuff. Zereth only becomes suspicious when they see a live body as a Terminator. Especially if it's the target that the Terminator has been programmed to kill. Maybe you like the stick around one. Yeah, that is so funny in Predator. Yeah, things like that. It's just ridiculous when he talks about before he did the movie Twins, the studio didn't think that he could do a comedy. They felt that if they tried to do a comedy with him, that it would fail. And it's like, had they not seen his movies where he does one-liners that are fucking funny as hell? Because you got to remember too, Twins ended up being in 1988, so he had definitely made a name for himself in a lot of other movies before that point. And while they were not straight comedies, of course, they also had some funny parts to it. But yeah, him and Danny DeVito and the director um, Ivan Reitman, in order to get the movie made, they said to the studio basically, look, we'll forego our fee, which meant their acting and their directing fee, respectively. We'll give up that, so you don't have to pay us that fee for our work. But if the movie is successful, we'd like to get a percentage of the sales from the movie. And so the studio was like, okay, yep, fair enough. You take all the upfront cost and all that kind of stuff by not taking your fee. We'll see how it goes. And of course, the rest is history. It's such a funny movie, that one. I think his rapport with Danny DeVito is just really, really funny, especially when he first tells him that they're twins. And then I think Danny DeVito's like, well, obviously, and then he thinks he's crazy or something. Dr. Darling, the redemptions are up for grabs for the next 6 hours. High five, Mancomb, Steve Good, Zereth plays games. I wonder how many words you can actually fit into your thing. Mr. Epic, smart. It really was. And they definitely were right about it. Because that movie definitely made a lot of money when it came out. Taco, Denny and him were great together. They really were, Taco, for sure. Yeah, they work quite well. There's actually a cameo by Danny DeVito in Last Action Hero, but he plays an animated cat that's a police officer at the same precinct as Arnie's character. And so that was a funny little cameo for Danny DeVito to have. They were actually working on a sequel to Twins for a long time. The original plan was to have a third twin that they didn't actually know about, and Eddie Murphy was actually tapped to play the third twin, and they were going to call the movie Triplets. But that fell through, though. I don't know why, but that's one movie that we never got. Maybe it was for the best. I mean, sometimes it's difficult to do a sequel to a movie, let alone a comedy, let alone when there's like a 20, 30, 40-year gap between them as well. You just, you don't know if that would work or not. Oh, nice Kirby emote, Keone. That's funny. Mr. Epic, the one where Arnie gets pregnant, where Denny was also in it, was also funny. Oh yeah, the movie Junior. Yeah. I didn't really like that one that much. I definitely think Twins is better. I mean, don't get me wrong, like the concept of Arnie being pregnant is pretty funny from that aspect. But overall, I didn't really find it as funny. Keone, were you ever in the game industry if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that's fine for asking. The answer is definitely no, Keone, for sure. Yeah, I haven't worked in the game industry. Taku, you never will understand why they wait so long to remake things, maybe like 5 years max. Yeah, and it's just tricky too because, like, essentially with a remake, you're trying to get new people to see the movie who might not have seen the original. But the things that they might need to do to get those people to watch, you may as well have made a completely original movie instead. Or an homage, something that pays tribute to something that came before. But then you run the risk of it being called a copycat. But I guess it depends on how you do it and all that kind of stuff. But there's an example of like two comedies that are really good that I think one of the reasons why they work is because they came out actually within a year of each other, and that was the first two Ace Ventura movies with Jim Carrey. You had the first one in 94, and then you had the second one, When Nature Calls, in 95. And while there are similarities between the two movies, there's still enough that's really different. And not just the setting, too. Like, that's definitely a big difference. But what also makes it a big difference is that the entire story is very, very different to the first one. And that scene where he's at the party and basically he finds this guy with a monocle on his face dressed up in a suit and everything, it's just so funny. Mr. Big True Twins is better. Yeah, you know. But it's been a while since I saw Junior. Maybe if I saw it again, I might have a different view on it. Because that can happen with movies too. I've had that happen with horror movies, where the first viewing, like I didn't hate it or anything, but I just wasn't really invested in it. I didn't think it was great. And two examples is the original Candyman and also a movie called The Serpent and the Rainbow. And then years later, though, I watched them again and I absolutely really enjoyed them. So it just depends sometimes. Taco, exactly. Yeah, like that Dumb and Dumber sequel that they did. I never saw it in full, but I saw some of it and I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's better to do a sequel when the original is really, really popular. Keone, we need a Deathstroke movie. He's such a cool character. I think they were working on, weren't they? I think. I'm not too sure though, but I mean, there's different levels of working on, so even brainstorming an idea would be working on something. The question then is, does it go to the next step and the next stages? But you never know, they might do a Deathstroke movie. Mr. Epic, Ace Ventura was so funny. It really, really was, dude. And it's so funny too, because Ace Ventura and Dumb and Dumber and The Mask, you would think that they wouldn't be properties that they would do an animated version of, but they actually did. So there's actually an animated series of Ace Ventura, of The Mask, and also of Dumb and Dumber as well. Obviously, they had to tone it down a lot. But then again, you got action and sci-fi franchises that you wouldn't think would get an animated version. But they did, like Rambo got an animated series, RoboCop got one as well. Mr. Epic didn't watch that Kid Ace Ventura one, looked stupid. Yeah, that one, I think that was direct to, well, these days it'd be direct to streaming. But I think at the time it was direct to Blu-ray or something, or DVD. But yeah, it just didn't seem, I don't know. I think it would have been funny if they did a third Ace Ventura a couple of years after the second one, but actually had it set in Australia. I think there would be some really, really funny situations with Ace Ventura, especially with the animals that we have here as well. Keone Step Brothers is a good one. If you haven't watched it, do so, lol. I haven't, no. Yeah, there's heaps of movies of various different genres that I've heard a lot about over the years, but just haven't got around to watching it. And partly that is because I just don't like. But the irony is, like, I'll watch a video on YouTube that goes for an hour or more, but I won't watch a movie that goes for an hour or more. I'll just watch like behind the scenes of, or retrospective looks at, or reviews of older movies. I also like to watch people react to movies as well that I enjoy, just to see what they think and what their reactions are. Keone, what's a funny Australian film? Um, that's actually a good question. Some would say a movie called The Castle, but I only ever saw that once. And then there was a movie by the same people called The Dish, which was about a satellite dish that was set up in Australia to help with the moon landing in the 60s. Um, but it's been so long since I saw those movies, I don't really know if I would call them funny now as well. Um, but yeah, they're probably the two ones that come to mind as well. Ironically, though, I haven't really watched a lot of Australian movies because I grew up watching a lot of British or American movies and stuff. And then as I got older, I got interested in, foreign movies like movies in Italy and Japan and China and all that. And I don't mind watching and looking at subtitles as well. So It doesn't really matter to me if a movie's in a different language. Some dubbed versions aren't that bad, but then you get some that are really, really over the top. And you think to yourself, is this really how the director of the original actor would have directed them to be like? Probably not. And that's the other thing with those types of situations is the person who is directing the actor is obviously going to give the actor certain directions or instructions, but when they're actually doing the additional dialogue recording for the dubbed version, that information is not necessarily there. I mean, maybe they could consult the original director or the original actor and just basically interview them and say, hey, what was this like and all that. But like a lot of Jackie Chan movies, you'd get like the villain talking like,
I'm the villain. I'm going to get you.
that kind of stuff. Taco, you watch with subtitles because you like to read movies. Oh, that's fair enough too, as well, Taco, Because there's some movies too where when you actually watch it without subtitles, you think you hear them say something. And then it's not until you see the subtitle where you're like, oh, that's what they said. You only know subtitles feels like you're watching the movie on mute. Yeah, that's it. Pardon me, that's another funny phenomenon as well with subtitles and stuff. Taco, if Rod had to pick a desert island movie, would it be The Room? Probably not, no. Yeah, if I had to be on a desert island and the only movie that I could have with me would definitely be Big Trouble in Little China. That'd be the one that I would watch over and over again. It's one of those movies that ever since I saw it, I've just been a really big fan of it. Good pick, Taco. Yeah, it's interesting too because the original version in the script was actually a western. So instead of a truck being stolen, it was actually going to be a horse. But when they actually made the movie, of course, and they got Kurt Russell and John Carpenter and everyone involved, it was transformed into a more modern kind of thing. Yeah, Taco. Like I remember they were talking about a sequel or something that The Rock was going to do. And I think it would be better to do a tribute movie. Like just have The Rock be in a different time period. Like you could choose a different time period and maybe even make it a western, and do something like that. But yeah, I often wonder sometimes what it would have been like as a western instead of what it became as well. Alright, we've already heard this music, and I've already interacted with that. It was cool that we could actually have Mike still explore the alternate entry to this location, because I wanted to get the music for that as well, and I thought that if you go through the front double doors, that you would be then unable to go back outside and then go to the second entrance. But that was really cool that I could, so I wanted to cover that too. Taco, that would be a great remake idea. Remake classic movies in different genres. Yeah, there's definitely something that could make it feel fresh as well. So you're still keeping the original separate, and it's still its own thing, but your remake is more of a tribute movie where you may not have the exact same story beats, but there might be some references and stuff. So people who know the original movie can look at those references and get a kick out of them, but they're also getting a fresh story that doesn't ruin the original because it's not trying to adapt it strictly scene by scene, and all that kind of stuff. It's so funny, Mike's lantern going haywire like that. It's the glitch gremlin. Taco, now that's how you light up a room. That's true. Just erratically wave the torch or lantern, whatever you have. Just erratically wave it around and around, and just hope that you don't accidentally let go of it, or you don't accidentally hit yourself in the face or something. Mr. Epic, wolf's howling. That's true. The dog. I will have to do a variation though, where we actually hit the dog. I mean, it's a wolf. It's not a dog, but same thing. I don't usually like to do that, but to get the music for it, then that's something that I'll do. But I'll do that on another pass through because the way this game works with redoing things is you can't do chapter replay until you actually finish the game, regardless if you've ever actually finished the game already, because in order to play the game again from the start, you have to start a new story. And once you choose a new story, if you've already finished the game, then you lose the ability to select chapters until you finish the story again. So when you actually do a chapter select, and once you choose a earlier chapter, all the other chapters get deleted because the idea is that if you're going to go back to change something early on, that's going to change how things happen anyway as the chapters go along. And so they make sure that you can't just jump into one chapter and do whatever changes and then just have that automatically change what happens later on. They want you to actually go through the game again after you've made the different choices as well. So that means that for this playthrough, I can't so easily just restart the game, do the chapter select, select an earlier chapter, cover all the bases, and then redo the chapter again and all that kind of stuff. I can do that with the Dark Pictures games though, because with those, you can create separate save files. So you can have a save file where you've fully completed the game, and you can then use chapter select to go into the earlier chapters, and then you can just make a new save for those changes that you're making as well, and you can still keep the save file where you've already finished the game intact. But for this game, you'd have to have separate PlayStation accounts to switch between at different stages, which I might have to resort to. But I've decided that I'm just going to go through the game and cover the music in one pass through and then do another one as well. And then I might be able to make use of having two profiles, and then I can just jump back and forth between the two. Mr. Epic, did you hear that Nintendo for Pokemon won a patent case? It's about when you summon a monster and it fights for you. How can a company claim that? Don't like a lot of games have that? Yeah, I haven't actually looked into it, but that is strange. Unless they were able to convince whoever they had to get that decision, maybe they were able to convince them that their very specific way of doing it is very specific to Pokemon as well. Like, if there's something unique about the actual look of the device that they use, things like that. But not knowing much about Pokemon, or was Power World the other one that caused this in the first place or kicked this off? But it's very, very tricky. So it's like you don't want a company to patent things like you can't have games where your character does a reload of a gun because our game has it and we've got a patent for it. Like that kind of stuff would be ridiculous to get a patent for. So those kinds of things they wouldn't let through. But yeah, maybe there was something specific about the Pokemon way of doing it that they felt others were emulating or something. Doesn't mean it's, I've got no stake in the fight, so to speak, because I haven't actually looked into it. But one thing I could guess maybe is that's what they argued. I do know though, like when you do something like, let's say, for example, stories that are in the public domain, like the original version of Mickey Mouse that was used, you can actually use that version. Anyone can use that version in whatever they want to do. However, if you create a very specific version of it, let's say you want to do a horror movie with the original animated Mickey Mouse. You could do it. You probably can't call it anything Mickey Mouse, but you could make your horror sort of like movie with that animated version of Mickey Mouse. And then you could actually copyright that because you've taken something in the public domain and then you've adapted it into something different to create something new that other people then can't emulate. So let's say you did a Mickey Mouse horror movie where Mickey Mouse is actually a character that goes around and bites people on their ankles and turns them into a mouse zombie hybrid, for example. And you called it something specific and you came up with the name of what you wanted the thing to be and all that kind of stuff. You could then copyright that version. Then someone else can't come along and take your version and do it again. But they can go back to the original public domain version of Mickey Mouse and then create their own new thing as well. So that's a different story. But with the Pokemon thing, who knows? Could be something very, very specific in high detail that they were able to argue. Kioni, you, Nintendo. Yeah, they've definitely ruffled a lot of feathers over the years with a lot of things. Mr. Epic, there's like two indie horror games of that public domain Mickey Mouse coming out. Bad Cheese and Mouse PI for hire. It's going to be funny to see how they actually are received as well. It's crazy to think though, because you got other characters like the original incarnation of characters like Batman and Superman at some point will become public domain, which I think, I could be wrong, but I think the version of Batman would be the one where he actually had a literal gun that he would use. That could probably be the version that will become public domain. So someone could do like a Batman Arkham inspired game using the version of Batman that had a literal gun, and maybe create like a side scrolling beat 'em, shoot 'em up or something like that. But then I don't know about characters like the Joker and Penguin and all those characters, those rogues, the rogue villains and all that kind of stuff. Rogues Gallery, I mean. I don't know if they would actually be covered. Mr. Epic, since Pooh Bear is also public domain now, you've seen some weird ass shit with game with that one. One is called, no joke, Winnie's Hole. What the fuck? Jeez. We've heard this music before, so now we'll talk about this particular clue here. So if you look in the top right of the actual map, you've got the note American Girls Died. So that of course is Hannah and Beth at the start of the game. And then below that you can see Father Died. And then the other circled text is just like where sightings have happened as well. Hey there, Shaky. How's things? Now, if they were to do a sequel to this game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do because Sony owns the rights to the IP, so they can make a sequel if they want. And with the remake of this game, they got a whole new studio to do that. So Supermassive, who did this original game, weren't brought back to do the remake. Blue Moon Studios was. So Sony, if they want to, they can do an Until Dawn 2. And I don't know how I'd feel about that. It just depends. I won't talk about it right now because there's spoilers related to it. But I think it would be interesting to do a sequel to Until Dawn that doesn't have any of the characters from the original game in it. By original, I mean Until Dawn, not necessarily this version. But I think Until Dawn 2, let's call it, I think it'd be interesting to keep the Wendigo as a thing. At the same time, it's very difficult then because players who have played the first game already know the ins and outs of the Wendigo. So doing that again but a different location might seem pretty bland as well. But to keep in the vein of Until Dawn, a group of characters stuck in an environment that is, snowy and you've got the elements against them and all that kind of stuff. Keeping in with the theme of characters who succumb to the desire to eat human flesh, becoming cannibals and all that kind of stuff. You could do a story about a group of mountain climbers who, while the events of Until Dawn are actually taking place, they're actually hiking on this mountain and basically shit goes wrong and they can't actually get off the mountain. So the whole game is trying to, or if you want to go and kill everyone in the game, then you could. But the question then becomes, do you let all the characters succumb to cannibalism? And then that, of course, would leave things open to various different outcomes and all that kind of stuff. Or do you fight to make sure that they all don't become cannibals, and things like that. And then, based on whether or not some become cannibals, you would then increase the number of Wendigos that you had to deal with and stuff like that. But I think setting it in a similar location like that could also just be too samey as well. So I don't really know what they would do for a sequel that would make it effective or whatnot. But they probably will do a sequel, I say, eventually. But it won't be Supermassive involved, though, because they weren't involved in the remake. Mr. Epic, by the way, you're kind of disappointed right now with, I was going to say Baldur's Gate 4, with Borderlands 4. It's really bad optimized cutscenes that are 30 FPS and lower, and the fact that there's no FOV slider really makes it hard to play for you. You don't know why they didn't put that in the game. It's in all the older games. That is ridiculous when there's something that is in the other games but isn't brought over, and it's something that is good to actually have as an option at least as well. Keone, how big in terms of gigabytes do you think GTA 6 will be? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 150. I don't know. That might not be a good guess, but that's what I'll say. Yeah, maybe 150 gigabytes. Maybe 100. 150 has probably been a bit too overboard of a guess. But who knows? Maybe it might be. Hey, Lucinda, good morning. Welcome to you. Until Dawn is going well. For Mike, though, not so well. I interacted with the hand trap to get the music and chose to cut his fingers. So, yeah, Mike's not in a good way at the moment. But yeah, the playthrough's going well. We're still in chapter 5. I decided not to worry about doing reconnaissance, so to speak, ahead of the chapters off stream, make note of the music, and then start the game all over again, and then play up to where I left off last stream. I figured, what the hell, I may as well just do it as I go along. But I probably will have to do it eventually, of course. But for now, I'll just continue going on and making notes as I go, so I can actually remember what choices I made and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's going pretty good. How's your morning going? Miss Rebic is too zoomed in for you right now, and it's not so fun playing a first-person game without being able to change it. The game feels so slow with moving around without it. That's the kind of stuff you think they should actually have, and it should be day one as well. It shouldn't be something they have to patch in later. It should just be something that's there in it as well. I mean, what is the harm in having it as an option? You know what I mean? Like, if there's a default setting for it that doesn't affect people who need it changed, then have that, but also have the ability to change it if needed as well. Yeah, Lucinda, so Mike's not having a fun time. He's definitely not saying hell yeah to this experience. Lucinda, your morning is going well. It's Friday hype. You've only got a 3 hour work from home day, so you'll be able to watch streams. Oh, that is great, Lucinda. That's really good. That's cool that it's only 3 hours work from home as well. Hopefully that'll just like fly by as well. That's awesome. Okay, just make some notes on what we collected. So we got the gun, made note of that, and we got bone. Listen, you don't think I've ever adjusted an FOV slider myself. The only game I think I've done it for is Doom 2016. I changed it to the fullest. I might have done the same for Doom 3 as well recently. Mr. Epic, the story so far you've seen looks a lot better than 3 more darker and more gory. Haven't actually played any of them, so I don't really know too much about Borderlands. Thank you for the GGs, Lucinda. Thank you very much. GG's on completing Tomb Raider Underworld. Now we'll have 6 days a week of Valhalla. Absolutely. I was thinking it's probably best to add those 2 days that I was doing Tomb Raider to Assassin's Creed Valhalla as well. And who knows, I might actually get through the rest of the game. There might be 3 story arcs I can do in one stream. Because I think in the previous playthrough, there was 3 story arcs in particular that were relatively short with each other. So hopefully I'll get through it before most of September is finished. Because I do want to start my Splinter Cell playthroughs as well. Shin, you found an interesting thing in AC Valhalla. You did, yeah? Listen, to how is the fist's only limitation affecting the progression much at all? Only up until we did the story arc where Eva kills Chaelwolf. No, Chaelbert, sorry. Because the enemies were very, very tanky. And it was funny because before they started to put the arrows above the heads of the enemies to let you know that you're getting close to finishing that battle, it took ages to even get to that point because they were so tanky. And when they actually did start to put the arrows above the heads of the enemies, all the arrows that were there weren't indicative of that's all the enemies left. Because I noticed that I would get through a lot of them, and then more would appear with the arrows above their head. So that took a while. The fight with Eva took a few attempts because his third phase, he's got a really powerful and erratic kind of move that he's doing. Plus, there's that part where he just sits down and wants you to talk to him, and there's dialogue choices. But then, if you don't choose one, it comes up with a dialogue choice to dodge. And I was just thinking to press the dodge button, of course, but he got me, because it's counterintuitive in that moment to think you have to select the dodge in a dialogue tree and not just press the fucking dodge button. So that happened. But we eventually got Eva defeated. So yeah, so far that one has been the most time-consuming story arc. But the thing about that is it was 130 power level as well. And I think I've got Eivor around the 90, or maybe around the 80 power level as well. Shin, if you hover over the red axis for raiding, you hear church music. Yeah, that was a cool detail, Shin. I liked how they did that. I think there's other icons on the map for different things that also have their own kind of music. But I thought that was a nice touch. It adds something extra to the maps. Listen, how's the character level compared to the region? Oh, yeah. So definitely a big gap as well. And something that I don't think I noticed until recently is that in the skill tree, increasing melee damage doesn't necessarily equate to your fists. So light attack damage, though, seems to increase how much damage you do with your fists. So it's kind of like you'd think that even though it's fists, that melee damage would also increase the fist damage as well. But no, it seems that only the light attack damage does. Yeah, that's the thing, Lucinda. It's considered unarmed instead of melee. Yeah, so when you think about it like that, it definitely makes sense then that getting melee damage wouldn't increase it. Yeah, some games are like that. Yeah, I just assumed that it was all tied together. But yeah, um, the fact that you're actually unarmed. Mr. Epic, you see that Borderlands 4 is currently mixed on Steam. Seems a lot of people have problems with optimization. Don't you just love optimization problems with game launches? Oh, yeah, exactly. It'd be like if you wanted a sandwich and you wanted bread on it, and then they just gave it to you with just the filling. And then you were like, oh, where's the bread pieces? Oh, yeah, that's going to be DLC, or it'll be a patch that comes a month later or something. It's like, well, I'd like to eat the sandwich now. Well, there's nothing you can do. You have to eat the fillings without the bread, as is. If you want the bread with the fillings, you have to wait until the patch comes out, where we can actually give you the bread pieces. It's like, if it was that kind of stuff, things like that, then it'd be like a really terrible thing. But yeah, like you would think, and it's not like they themselves don't know that they've been working on the game for so much time. It's like, all right, team, you may not have realized this, but for the past 2 years or so, you've actually been working on a video game that's coming out on this date. We have? What? What is this? Doors locked. And Lucinda, it's all over now. Chief Irons. What a prick. So we have Mike there not doing a very smart move, shooting a lock near a flammable oil drum. Just need to make some notes. Okay, so there's some choices here in chapter 5. Now that we've reached the point where we're playing as Matt, who's currently with Emily, if I go to the wiki that talks about the points at which characters can die, and we look at Matt's deaths, let me see. So, chapter 5, Matt cannot die in this chapter, however, he can make certain choices that will make it easier to kill him. So, for this pass through with the music only, definitely going to do the things that will make it easier for Matt to die. When Emily proposes to go to the fire tower, agree with her. This will make Matt waste the flare gun in Chapter 6. So the decisions that we make as Matt in Chapter 5 will go towards getting him killed in Chapter 6. Now to look at the description for Emily's choices, because there's choices that she can make which can determine certain things too. Even though Emily cannot die in this segment, Matt can make certain choices that will make it easy to kill both characters. Okay, so that matches up with what they say about Matt's death. When Emily proposes to go to the fire tower, as Matt, agree with her. This will help Matt waste the flare gun in Chapter 6. Alright, so that's something that we need to have. So his actual death is in Chapter 6. Hello, Ogorki. Welcome. How's things? Oh, nice, Ogorki. That's awesome. Great to hear that you're going well. Listen, what's with the little in-place jog he does? Is that you doing that or him? It's actually automatic. There's also parts where characters will like cusp their hands together and sort of like blow into it to keep warm, or rub their hands together and stuff like that as well. But anything when it goes into a close-up like this, what you need to do is you need to have the character actually face you, and you have to make sure there's no button prompts to interact with anything on the screen at the same time. And then if you don't press anything, it'll go into this close-up view mode. And as long as you don't move with the left control stick, you can use the right control stick to move their head around and everything like that. Just like you can when you go to the menu and move their head around like that. So it's been very effective to do that in this playthrough where I want to have the close-up reactions to whatever's going on as well. There's been some situations where I'm like, oh, that'd be a great shot to get the close-up of the character and that in the background. Like there's the scarecrow or the clown, depending on what choices you make when speaking to the analyst. And it'll be a jump scare for Chris. And I wanted to actually get a close-up of Chris's face with the clown in the background, but it wouldn't let me because the prompt to interact with the clown was in the way. And the further I moved Chris away from it, the less close it was to him. So when it went into the close-up view mode of Chris, the clown wasn't even in frame at all. So sometimes it's been unfortunate that I can't get the exact composition that I want. But still, at the same time, it's been fun to incorporate that too, as well. And then make it so that it looks like the character's actually looking at the player as well. In certain moments. Thank you, Ogorki, for making a clip.
Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum.
Thank you, Terry, for redeeming the red rum from The Shining. Thank you very much. How's things? Keone, he's making those faces like in LA Noire. Press X to doubt. It's so funny, the expressions on the characters' faces in that game. And it's sort of weird because they sometimes have to make it so over the top and over exaggerated, but then there's some subtle ones as well. Yeah, Lucinda, it would be cool though if you could actually do that when you wanted to, like make the characters do certain like gestures and stuff, and that could change depending on what's actually going on. Alright, so this choice, in order to make it easier for Matt to get killed, in Chapter 6, we have to choose the agree option. For this pass through, all the characters will be killed off, so I can get the music that happens when they die. But there is also multiple points where characters can die as well, and the music might actually be slightly different in those moments. So I'm going to try and cover them as well. But I think for those, what I might do is I might look at playthroughs online of when people have actually had characters die at certain points and listen for the music in those moments to determine whether or not it's actually the same. Because that'll save a lot of time instead of me having to do another pass through the game to find out at all before another stream. That way I can just be like, right, okay, so there's no difference in how the character actually, like there's no difference in the music when the character dies here versus here. But if there is actually differences, then I'm going to have to cover those as well. But I'll worry about that at a later point. Another thing I'm doing in this pass through is failing QTEs on purpose to cover the music changes that might happen when that happens. But it's interesting there too because if you haven't played this game before, you might think that those were moments where Emily could die. But as we saw, when she actually falls, if you fail the QTE, when she's hanging off the edge, if you don't interact straight away to pull her up, she'll eventually just pull herself up as well. Kieran, what's your favorite games to play during Halloween season? Definitely Alan Wake. Also, Alien Isolation is another good one for that too. I don't think I'll be able to do it this year, but usually Evil Within. I like to do that too. Then, of course, there's the Dark Pictures series of horror games as well. I love doing those in October. This year, I'd like to do the remastered version of Shadow Man. Last year, for that game's 25th anniversary, as a nostalgia playthrough, I did the Nintendo 64 version of the original, and it was really good because it had been a very long time. I think it might have been like 1999. No, it would have been the year 2000, the last time I did a playthrough of that before last year. So this year, I want to do the remastered version this time around. Listen to God, Emily gets on your damn nerves. I don't blame you. Yeah. And that's the thing about her character is that there's choices that you make as Matt that can determine whether or not she's easy to kill or not too, or he's easy to kill and vice versa and stuff. And the game plays with your expectations where it's like, oh, maybe Emily will die here if we do this, but the game's like, nope, not until a specific point. Oh, Gorky, thank you for redeeming a random horror movie quote. Thank you. Listen, you don't know what Matt sees in her. Yeah, it's funny the shift, isn't it? You know, like we don't know what happened after the events of the prologue. Why specifically it was, Matt and Emily that got together as well. Okay, Ugorki, I've got a horror movie quote. Did you see the blackboard back there in the elementary school? Yeah? In order to appease the gods, the druid priests held fire rituals. Prisoners of war, criminals, the insane, animals, were burned alive in baskets. By observing the way they died, the druids believed they could see omens of the future. 2,000 years later, we've come no further. Samhain isn't evil spirits. It isn't goblins, ghosts, or witches. It's the unconscious mind. We're all afraid of the dark inside ourselves. That's from the original Halloween 2, which in recent years got retconned to not exist in the mainline continuity anymore. Thanks for redeeming that, Ogorki. Kieran, you love playing Dead Space during October as well as the Resident Evil games. All very nice. Yeah, I would like to play at least one of the Resident Evil games in October. Listen, you're not sure what you'll do this year for Horror Month. You'll be taking a week off from work, October 9 to 15th, but you'll be traveling for half of that. Haven't even thought about Horror Month yet, but you're guessing you'll still be playing The Beast since it comes out so close to October. Yeah, that's true, Lucinda, for sure. With that game coming out not too far away, and then the schedule that you have and all that kind of stuff. Is there any like horror game that you really, really want to play? Like whether it's one that you've played before or not? Keone, Jill, Barry, Barry, Barry Burton. Hey, not Fry. The game's going well. Still actually in chapter 5, which is where we started off at the start of the stream 3 hours and 43 minutes ago. But we've now switched to different characters. We're playing as Matt, who is currently with Emily at the moment. But yeah, it's going well. Not so much for Mike though. He put his hand in a trap and basically cut his fingers off. So it didn't end well for him in that regard. But he's still alive though. And now we're playing as Matt and Emily. They're going to be making their way to a fire tower to try and radio for help. Yeah, not Fry. It's one of those things where like you find a machete and you can use the machete to try and pry the trap open, or you can just cut his fingers off, um, or you can just ignore the trap in total. But of course, I wanted to get the music that plays when you interact with it as well. But the funny thing is, they give you a choice of what to do, but you can just sit there for as long as you like. And poor Mike has his fingers in the thing with his teeth gritting, and he's like looking around. And because of the music and how long I was listening to it for before it started to loop, he was stuck in that animation for all that time. Listen, to your buddy gifted you the full game of Post Trauma that came out this year. You played the demo of it a couple of years ago, but you're not really looking forward to playing it since it has puzzles that are pretty difficult. The demo did at least, but you've heard it's a really short game. Hopefully, if you do decide to do it, that it won't be as bad as the demo was. But then it's kind of like, do you want to spend the time it might take to figure that out or not? And if you do, and it is, then it's like can't get that time back. But if it is, then the gamble, the risk has paid off as well. Hey Octavius, everything's going good, thank you. Working more on my music only playthrough. We're currently still in chapter 5 at the moment. We started that at the start of the stream. But yeah, it's going good. Having a good Friday as well. How's things going with you? It really is, Lucinda. A lot of great scenery in this game. Cool scenery indeed. I like night when you can see like the moon and also like where there's the fog and all that kind of stuff as well. And being able to have the camera go in close on the character's face and have that in the background could be really cool too, as well. Hey there, Bearsuit. How's things, dude? Welcome on in. Bearsuit is Friday, so happy, nearly through the work week. Hell yeah, Bearsuit, that's really cool. Definitely good to get to Friday. Octavius, you're good. You're eating some frozen yogurt and chilling at home. Wanted to tell you that in several days from now, you will have the first AC Shadows DLC, and we already see a yet locked area in game that says the level of the area, meaning the DLC will expand the map rather than load a new map. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Octavius. I hope you're enjoying your yogurt. That's interesting, yeah, because wasn't sure if they were going to have a whole new area that you had to actually go to, or if it was going to be part of the main map as well. Not fried damn, you're still waiting to see how much the DLC for Shadow is going to be, lol. Yeah, if you have to get it individually, like, yeah. I think in America, the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC was like, what, 60 or $70 US? And here in Australia, it was probably, well, was it that? I can't remember now. But it was definitely expensive. Octavius, you think this is happening first time? Well, in Odyssey, the Legacy of the First Blade DLC was just a new part of the main map. Well, it wasn't new actually. Like it was a region you could travel to and everything, but it was a place that the DLC actually took place in. Whereas with Fate of Atlantis, of course, you had to go to different stuff. Listen, to Crooked and one of his chatters were talking about the grind people will need to do with the expanded level cap, especially those people who are 100% of the game who now have to do a new game plus to get more stuff to do to get XP rather than just grind. Yeah, that's the other aspect too. It was like with Assassin's Creed Origins when they were allowing people to bump their level up to the DLC requirement instead of having to play all the way through if they wanted to break off from the main game and jump into that content. Not right, that's actually a ridiculous price for DLC, not gonna lie. It really friggin' is, you know. You're not wrong there. It's bloody ridiculous. Octavius, aka from now on you will get the whole map but with some locked provinces. Well, I mean, locking off the provinces is definitely a new thing in the series. Not Fry, that's a whole damn game price. It really is. Doesn't justify the cost of it as well. Absolutely ridiculous. Octavius, how was your day so far? Do you have any plans for tonight? Well, the day was really, really good. Had a good Friday. Finished off Tomb Raider Underworld when it was like 2 or 2:30 a.m. for me earlier today. um, but as for tonight, well, tonight is currently in progress, playing until dawn. It's almost 10 to 10 at night. Now, Fry, you feel like you want to play something, but you're not sure what. That can be an annoying situation. And sometimes you come up with an idea and then you go to play it and then you think, actually, no, I'm not in the mood for that. Or you might actually pick something and then 10 minutes later, while you're playing it, you're like, no, I don't feel like this now. And then you start to look at the time and it's like, do I really want to play this game now and spend this time? Or do I want to spend the time playing this other game? That's exactly what you're going through right now. Oh, is it? Can definitely relate. It's like with movies too. I'm like, okay, what movies are there to watch? Okay, what is the runtime of each movie? Okay, which movie is the shortest amount of runtime? All right, which one of these now do I actually feel like watching? Whittling it down to all these different details. So we're still in chapter 5. Just need to read ahead to double check some stuff. Alright, so this part with chapter 5, where we play as Sam again, there's a scenario that comes up which actually dictates whether or not you'll be able to get a certain set of collectibles. And when I did phase 1, where I was collecting all the collectibles, the guide I was using up until that point didn't explain in good detail how to actually get to one of the collectibles. And so it made me think that I had to restart the whole game and find it again that way. But then that didn't turn out having to happen because I could get it later as another character. However, as I continued on, I found out the hard way that there's an area in chapter 7 that if you don't actually get away from the psycho as Sam in chapter 5, then she'll get kidnapped and knocked out. And then the area where the collectibles are gets locked off from you, so you can't actually go there to get them. So you have to make sure that you do all the QTEs right and make the right decisions and get Sam to escape from the psycho. That will then allow you to access that area that has some collectibles as well. In this playthrough, with going through the game this first time around, the first pass through, basically I've been failing QTEs on purpose to get the music that plays when you fail. And also I'm going for everyone dies so I can get the music for when they die. In this scenario, instead of having Sam just fail all the QTEs and then basically miss out on that particular room, now I don't know if there's any different music in that room that if you fail the QTEs you won't get access to. But what I would rather do is go for this pass through, and if I get that, then that's good, then we can explore that area. And then the next pass through, I can fail that on purpose to actually get the whole scenario shortened and all that kind of stuff. So instead of having the QTEs fail for this part, for this pass through, we're going to actually try and succeed. Not right. It's a sucky thing to go through for sure. You low-key feel like replaying AC Odyssey or Valhalla. Oh, that's interesting too, like when you've got like a few different options as well. Like whichever one that you decide, I hope that you enjoy the replay of it as well. And that can be cool too, depending as well how long it's been since the last playthrough. There might be things that you pick up on a replay and different decisions you might decide to do and see what the outcomes might be different. Not for you kind of thinking about some Tomb Raider as well. You downloaded it and played like 1 hour so far. Oh, very cool. That's awesome. What did you think of what you played so far? Lucinda, okay, right, it's time for you to clock in for work, so you'll be lurking in and out. That's no worries at all, Lucinda. That's awesome that you only have 3 hours of work that you need to go through. I really hope that it goes quick for you, and thank you for leaving the lurk too. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Dishonored 2, and when Dying Light the Beast comes out, she'll also be doing a playthrough of that. A big fan of the Dying Light series, but also the Dishonored series, as well as the Last of Us series and the Evil Within. A really cool streamer, also has some great raccoon-themed emotes as well. A combination of static ones and also animated ones too. So definitely recommend. And no problem at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Always more than happy to give you one. Hope that work goes well. Hope that you can then enjoy the rest of your Friday without having to worry about any work and stuff. Not Friday actually looked pretty damn good for a 2013 game. Yeah, and that was the thing too about that one, is you also had like 2 generation versions that they were doing as well. But that's cool that you've started on that Tomb Raider game. It's one of the ones that I've probably played the most out of the newer ones, I would say. Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider, I really like those two as well. But overall, I've probably played the 2013 game the most. And also, the composer of the music for that game, Jason Graves, also did the music for this game, the original Until Dawn, as well as the Dark Pictures series of horror games as well. So there's definitely some similarities that you can hear in this game's music to some of the stuff that he did for that game, the Tomb Raider 2013 as well. Yeah, it's really cool, Not Fry, when that happens, you know. And it can be like actors, or it can be the people who did the music, or it can be the people who do like the environments and whatnot as well. You can sort of like, and it might be obvious that the same person might use similar kind of things, but you can definitely use the same kind of stuff, but make it sound different as a whole piece. You know, there might be little bits here and there that people can go, aha, because there's a difference between like, just copy pasting stuff from one piece of music to the other, but also a signature style that composers have, and there might be little bits of instrumentation that they like to layer in as well. Like if you listen to the music for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and Assassin's Creed 3, Lorne Balfe worked on both of those games, and Jesper Kyd also did the soundtrack for, no, sorry, not Brotherhood, Revelations, Assassin's Creed Revelations. Jesper Kyd and Lorne Balfe worked on that for the music, and then Lorne Balfe went on to do Assassin's Creed 3 on his own, and you can definitely hear some similarities to some of the music. You just have to put more time into Tomb Raider. You already know you're going to like it though. That's cool. Yeah, some games you can tell pretty early on if it's going to be one that you enjoy. And then there's some where it's like, yeah, play something else. Hang on, I just remembered. I just remembered that, oh, I didn't do that. Okay, I was just thinking, because there's 2 points in this game where a character can injure an animal, and if you, as Chris, shoot the squirrel in the earlier chapter, then when you're actually hiding as Sam from the psycho, what will happen is you will get Sam will get hurt. So even though Sam wasn't the one that shot the squirrel earlier in the game, even though it was Chris that did it, the butterfly effect actually affects Sam, and she gets injured, which then compromises your chances of survival. Well, not survival, but chances of escaping and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I thought it might have been when we chose to throw the snowball at the bird as Jess earlier in the playthrough as well. But yeah, there will be a pass through where I do actually have Chris shoot the squirrel. Um, but I can still, for this pass through, try to succeed at the QTEs to get Sam to access that room that can be locked off otherwise, just in case there's music that's in that part. Not fry. You also have the Ezio trilogy, Rogue, Black Flag, and AC3 ready to play on PS5 too. Definitely got the whole lineup. That's a lot of games on the backlog as well. But on the other side of things, having all those games pre-planned, at least you know for a while what you're actually playing. Ahead of time. So many options for sure. And it's like, which one? Because obviously, if you've played them before, you might play them in timeline order, you might play them in release order, or random order as well. Yeah, that's one of the things as a streamer being able to have like a series of games that I like to do. It gives me the ability to plan ahead for quite a fair time in advance. Now, Fry, you're also thinking about a replay of Ghost of Tsushima because you kind of want to experience the PS5 controller on that game. The haptic feedback and adaptive triggers in other games feel really nice. That's the other thing too about replaying a game. If there's anything related to how you actually play it, like with your controller or whatever the case may be, to actually give it a shot as well, just to experience what it feels like. Really not Fry. Your first playthrough was on an Xbox controller, so you definitely didn't have adaptive triggers. if earlier as Chris you interact with that message, when you then try as Sam later, there'll be no new messages. I don't know if I've ever actually done a playthrough where I haven't listened to that as Chris. Maybe that's something I could try in a future playthrough, is just wait until we come here as Sam later in the story and then try to interact with it, just to see if there's any differences. Sometimes in games, though, they don't actually have the character say anything at all, even though you think they might. So it could be one of those things, but she might have some dialogue there too, as well. I'm in a best suit. Very true. You did a playthrough of Evil Within recently. You found some dialogue you never heard before. It was almost a sequence break or glitch, and you don't know if it was dialogue they meant to remove but forgot to. Since you've played the game for like 500 hours, you're surprised to finally get something new. You imagine it's the same with how you approach this game. That is crazy as well. Like that many hours in doing, like, the speed runs that you do and the permadeath on Akumu and all that kind of stuff, to then find something like that as well. That's really cool. That's definitely something that is fun when doing replays as well. That was why I really liked doing Assassin's Creed Origins, where after every single quest, once it was completed, I'd go back to the quest giver and speak to them and see if there was anything new that they would add. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they would just keep saying the same thing over and over again. But there were some occasions where you would go and interact with them, they'd say their line of dialogue, and then they'd finish, and then you might think, oh yeah, that's all they got to say. And then you interact again, and then there was more as well. It's very satisfying too when you come across something like that as well that you hadn't before. It's like with Red Dead Redemption 2, there'd be so many pieces of dialogue that unfortunately you might miss because you might be off doing something in the game story. And so there might be a character at camp that will say something, but because you've done a few missions, they might be taken out of the camp and put into the mission area that you're about to do. And so when you do that mission, they won't be put back in the camp with that same dialogue, so that can happen too. But so, yeah, sometimes on replays you can get in a rut and kind of just do the same thing all the time. So it's interesting to step outside of the typical playstyle you might normally do. It really is, dude. It's good to do that too, as well. I do that with certain game mechanics where I don't really use certain things that often because I've gotten used to not using them. and found other methods and all that kind of stuff. But it can sometimes lead to new things if you try and funnel your way of playing into something specific that you might have avoided before.
Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum.
Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that red rum from The Shining. Danny in the movie does that for a lot longer, of course, and louder, but I definitely don't want to try and emulate the length and loudness. But thank you for redeeming that. With the Ki Ma 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 redeem, I was thinking, what can I do that's from a horror movie that is fairly easy for me to do vocally, even though it might not match, but I thought, well, I could do the red rum from The Shining. Yeah, Mr. Gote, things are going well, dude. I hope things are for you too, Mr. Gote Gollum, because he is a horror movie. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that scene in Return of the King when you actually see his transition from a hobbit into what he becomes, especially the close-up shot of his mouth biting into the raw fish. And me too, we need the precious redemption. Yeah, I definitely want to bring that back. I was going to do that when I play the Gollum game.
Where's my precious?
Mr. Gote, yeah, training is going super well. Your coach is happy with you. You're now for lifting 25-kilogram dumbbells. He even complimented you today, said you look super lean. That's great to get that feedback, dude. That would definitely help a lot to know that you're making progress that, can be seen as well. So that's really cool. That's good that you've been enjoying the training that you've been doing too. Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that as well. I like to try and time it so that it doesn't happen straight away, so it kind of comes up as a little bit of a not really a jump scare, but an unpredictable timing of it. Mr. Gote said it was hard to tell because of your old shirts, so you may need to go clothes shopping. One thing you'll miss about this stream when it ends is you and all the impressions. Yeah, I'm glad that you enjoy them. They can be fun to do too, as well. Definitely have a lot of fun doing them. And that's fair too if you need to do that for sure, because you get to a point where you just naturally go for whatever size clothing you normally go for, and then when you notice that you need to change, it might be after a while, and you're like, oh, I better get different size stuff now. Alright, so I think that's well and truly looped by now. So yeah, that section where I had the baseball bat, my big thumb accidentally pressed the triangle and square button at the exact same fucking time, even though it was more the side of my right thumb that touched the triangle button at the same time as pressing the square button. But of course, this is one of those games where if there's one button on the screen that you have to press, pressing even the right button and the wrong button will actually fuck you over as well. But I'll look at some videos to see if there's any music differences in the area that Sam can explore if you actually succeed at that. And if there is, well, I'll just have to leave that for another pass through. Um, but that was still annoying though. In Meta, you do that with your mouse where you press the right mouse key by mistake. Oh, dude, it's so friggin' annoying as well. That's why I prefer games where, as long as you're pressing the right button, it doesn't matter if you press another button at the same time. That moment with the elk as well, you can actually have Matt die there. And while killing off the characters is definitely something I'm doing for this pass through, I'm going to leave that particular death for Matt on the second pass through in case there's different music than the death that will happen with him at a different point as well. Just having a look ahead at what's going on in this chapter. All right, I'm back. Thank you, Inmita, for the welcome back. Thank you very much, Inmita, for leaving the lurk. Really appreciate it. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Inmita's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough for the first time of Thronebreaker: The Witcher Tales. He's also been doing Assassin's Creed Origins, doing a bit of a meme playthrough on New Game Plus and Hard Mode, where he's also having Bayek wear a bath towel outfit, running around Egypt, killing enemies and all that, while wearing a bath towel around his waist. A fun streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. Octavius, will you be buying Ghost of Yotai? I haven't really decided yet, because being a new game and all, it'll probably be like $120 or something here. So yeah, I'll be sitting on it. After all, it took me 4 years to play the first game, so hey there, Spectrum. Welcome on in. Oh, nice, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Spectrum. That's awesome. I really hope you have a great day today. I hope that you can enjoy it, and I hope that it goes slow too as well, so you can enjoy it really thoroughly. That's awesome. Happy birthday. As for me, I'm doing well, doing more towards this playthrough. There was a section that I wanted to do on chapter 5, and it was related to a QuickTime event. And of course, I accidentally pressed two buttons at the same time with my thumb. And of course, even though one of the buttons was the right one, the fact I also pressed the wrong one at the same time, the game was like, nuh-uh. So that has put me in a spot where an area that you have collectibles in that you can miss out on if you get captured by the guy chasing you. Well, I ended up getting captured, so I don't know if there's any different music in that part of the game, so I'm going to have to do some research. But the bottom line is, I'll have to do multiple passes through this game with the music only to cover all the differences. But yeah, it's going well, thanks.
Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum.
Thank you, Octavius, for redeeming the red rum from The Shining. Thank you. Octavius, bro, you have it. You could become a great actor. Thanks, Octavius. Hey there, Adrian. You find it interesting that this game uses the same engine as Horizon and Death Stranding. Quite a versatile engine, isn't it? Yeah. This is the original. I don't know if the remake what game engine they use. I think they use Unreal, is it 5 for that one, for the remake? Um, Whereas this original one was something different, I think. But then again, I don't know what the game engines are for Horizon and Death Stranding, so I'm not sure myself. Adrian, remake switched to Unreal, yeah. Yeah, so the remakes did, yeah. And so it's called the Decima engine. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize. Then again, Sony owns the IP, so I guess they would want to use their own game engines. Adrian can handle a linear first-person shooter, Killzone Shadowfall, interactive movie Until Dawn, VR multiplayer shooter, Rigs, and big sprawling open worlds, Horizon Death Stranding. Interesting. Adrian, coincidentally, both Shadowfall and Until Dawn didn't have 30 FPS locks on PS4. Thanks to that, they're 60 FPS on PS5. That's cool though. That's good forward thinking. Okay, so I think that's looped now. The reason I banned that account, for anyone wondering, is because while someone coming into your channel and saying that they enjoy your stream is good and all, if they straight away advertise their own Discord or whatnot, that's kind of a dick move. So even if the first part of their message was genuine, the fact that they put their Discord in and all that was just like, yeah, sorry, but ban. If I'm going to collaborate with someone, it's because I know them for longer than just one stream where they followed. Well, not followed, but you know what I mean. But I'd be more likely to collaborate on a stream with someone like Crocodiles or Inmita or Zamaxi or Lucinda or, you know, heaps of other streamers as well. Octavius, wow, how you control that. So you've got to be careful you don't hold the right control stick in either direction for too long. So if you want to do the version where it's more like that, you just basically go left, right, left, right. But if you want to make the eyes go really, really all over the place, what you do is you hold the right control stick and then you very quickly spam left and right, back and forth like this. And that'll do that effect. Not Fry, yeah, that's understandable. Trying to self-promote or something. Exactly, not Fry, you know. It's just etiquette and all that kind of stuff. And while you can't always use the creation date of an account as a guide, usually though, if someone's only created their account within the last like 12 hours, then potentially, and not always though, so it's not always a hard and fast rule, but it's always good to check the creation date of an account, because some accounts that obviously are bots or spam or whatnot will often be created like within a 12 to 24 hour period of their first message. But yeah, you can't always just look at that alone, because it might be someone that followed you as someone else, but for whatever reason their account isn't accessible to them anymore, so they've created a new one, you know. Octavius, interesting, lol. Yeah, that's something I only actually thought to do in this playthrough. But it's only for these kinds of choices as well, where you can make the eyes go really fast like that. If you go to the menu and try to do it with the character that you're playing as, it won't do it the same way. Spectrum, your eyes did exactly that when you had that ear condition causing severe dizziness. Oh, did it, Spectrum? Damn, that would have been very, very uncomfortable. Octavius, I suppose you're working at the same time, right, or chilling. Having a look ahead to see what choices have what results so that I know when I'm making my notes of what choices I've made and whether there was a music change and stuff like that. And double checking when there's like QTEs and things as well. But also trying to listen to determine when the music is starting to loop or not. Which can be tricky sometimes depending on how many layers of instrumentation there is. Octavius, sorry, because maybe you're stupid, MI composer. Oh, definitely not Octavius, no. No, I just really like movie and video game music as well. And yeah, I like to do these kinds of playthroughs to pay tribute to the games that I really enjoy and the music from them and stuff. I've actually lost count now of how many I've done this with. Definitely a lot over the past few years. Yeah, yeah, some games, the way that they've actually tied certain sounds to the volume, it's not always 100% turn the sound effects off and you'll never hear any sound effects. Because some sound effects are actually tied in with maybe the music track or the dialogue track. And if you want to just have the dialogue alone, just turning off the music and the sound effects doesn't always guarantee that every single bit of dialogue will be heard, because some might actually be tied to the sound effects as well. But one of the things I've found though is a lot of the times, if there's actual dialogue from NPCs that are like, actually not NPCs, but if there's dialogue from like crowds and you hear that kind of stuff, then usually that's tied to the sound effects, and not the dialogue audio as well. But there's always exceptions and stuff. Sorry, thought I was creating music. Oh, that's okay, Octavius. There's no need to be sorry. That's for sure. But yeah, no, just really appreciate music in video games, and it's especially interesting too because the changes that happen as well from one thing to the next, what the contexts are and stuff like that. There's also a bit of challenge sometimes because there might be a piece of music in a combat scenario, and if you just hide and the enemy doesn't seek you out to kill you, then that's pretty easy to let the music loop. You just stay in the hiding spot. But if enemies are actively searching for you, for example in Rise of the Tomb Raider, the final fight with Constantine, he actually seeks you out, and if you just stand still, even if you're hiding behind something, he'll eventually find you. So if you want the music to play for him looking for you, you have to make sure he doesn't detect you. So sometimes that can be challenging as well, because you're waiting for the music to either loop or stop. And some pieces of music have like a long loop as well, and that can be tricky too. Thanks for doing that command as well, Spectrum. All right, and that is one of the places where Matt can die based on what choices you make and all that kind of stuff. So when we got the flare as Emily, we had the choice of whether to keep the flare or to give it to Matt. If you give the flare to Matt, he'll use it straight away. But if you keep it for yourself, what will happen is he'll eventually, and there might be some other choices as well, but if he gets his hands on the flare after Emily has hidden it, then when he's being dragged away by the Wendigo, he'll actually remember that he's got it and he'll actually use it. But because we gave it to him and he used the one flare that it had inside of it, it means that he didn't have it there to protect himself from the Wendigo. And so the Wendigo pretty much grabbed him and put him onto the meat hook there as well. But that's only one spot where Matt can actually die. There's at least another couple of ones as well. Um, I need to actually look at the different deaths of each character at different points in other videos and try and find ones where people aren't talking over the top of it so I can actually listen for the music and hear if it's actually different. If the music isn't different for the actual death part, because obviously the music might be different for the environment that the character's in before they get killed, but the actual specific death moment might not have different music. It might be the same music for for each individual character and stuff. So that's something I can work out by looking at YouTube videos and stuff like that. We're still in chapter 6, and I'm going to keep on going till we finish. We're here with Ashley again and Chris, and so this is the last couple of characters that we play as for this chapter before it's finished. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Octavius, you're looking for motorbikes to buy and you ended up to a dilemma with the same price, a super reliable but slow or a way faster but unknown brand. Oh, that kind of thing can be really frustrating as well. So you got one that's the same price, a super reliable but it's slow, or a way faster but unknown brand. Probably the best thing maybe Octavius, like if you know what things to look for as well, like do some research and see if the unknown brand, if there's anything anywhere that might mention some pros and cons about it and all that kind of stuff. But having to face a choice like that as well, because the unknown brand could also be really reliable too. That's what you're doing, talking and with AI as well. Yeah, it's good to have those sorts of tools, even if they're not something that makes you have the final decision. It can at least maybe point you in the direction that you need to go to figure things out as well. Octavius, wouldn't be a life goal to travel across Australia with a motorcycle? I probably personally wouldn't because, I mean, number one, I don't actually have a license to drive a motorcycle. um, but but while there's no guarantee, even in a car, that you're going to be safe, I'd much rather be traveling in a car than on a motorbike. Octavius, you mean, seems to you like a must do before die type of thing? Yeah, I mean, I guess we all have our own kind of like things we'd like to do before that kind of thing happens. and just hope that the thing that we want to do isn't the cause of it. Octavius, is it hot there? Oh, not really. I mean, we're in spring here at the moment, so we get some days that can be warm and hot, but also some days that can still be cool. I was just thinking how cool it would be to have like a recreation of the Washington Lodge to actually go and visit as like a attraction. Octavius, you got pissed off at some point yesterday with AC Shadows. All these weeks you spend trying to unfog the map, but traveling across the map. And they came up yesterday with an update that if you unlock all checkpoints in a region, it will automatically unfog all of it. And you're like, what the fuck? You spend so much time. That kind of stuff, that should be day one when they release the game. Like, if it's something that is possible to do, just have it be day one. That's the thing about Ubisoft in particular is they keep on trying to create different layers of obstacle. You know what I mean? And they think that by doing that, it might be fun. But what they're really doing is they're just trying to maximize the amount of time that the player has to spend in the game world to justify how much time they're actually spending playing in the game, you know? And the thing is, it should be the goal to make players naturally want to stay in the game world longer. The way to do that is not to say collect 5,000 things before you progress to the next level. It's how about you put some incentive, put rewards in there, and more than that, also reward player curiosity. Don't punish them for being curious to go to an area. Like if it's an area that's out of the way of the natural path, at least put something of significance for the player to discover. Some collectible that actually is more than just marking a number off a list. Maybe something that actually benefits the character that you're playing as. Something like that as well. And having these sorts of like in-world currencies that are there and having a special thing like, they've done it with Assassin's Creed Odyssey with the Orichalcum, you know. So it's like Orichalcum is something that you find which can be used with, I think it's a card or whatever his name is, that you go there in the game and you basically buy gear pieces and stuff, you know. So it's like, we'll make that a different currency to the coins, and then we'll make it that if you want to have more of that currency without going through the game to find it, just pay real money for that, you know. And then they can come up with another new currency in the game world that you then have to get, you know. Octavius, 10,000% right. 100% agree with you. Yeah, it's like you got to make the player want to spend more time in the game world. You don't force them to through contrived barriers that you keep putting up as well. So yeah, the ability to unfog, the whole thing. Once you get all the checkpoints in a region, boom, it should unfog everything else as well, for sure. Hey there, House. Welcome. You're gonna lurk this time around. Have fun, bro. I definitely will, House. That's for sure. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for leaving the lurk too, as well. Definitely will have fun with this game. It's one of those games that I wish I actually had access to um, earlier than I did, because I definitely would have played this quite a lot. Um, but definitely been making up for it for the last couple of years as well. So very happy to do celebrations of this game's 10th anniversary. Thank you very much, House, for leaving the lurk. I hope that you're having a good Friday today. I'm pretty sure all these movie posters are actual movies, some of which Larry Fessenden, who plays the flamethrower guy, and also worked on the screenplay and everything for this game. I think some of these movies are even movies that he either directed himself or starred in or wrote. He was also in a movie called Wendigo as well. Wish I could get a better shot of that devil poster there. Octavius, fuck, the lasagna went out from the nose. Even though I jumped at that. There was actually one that happened earlier too, as well. That's the other thing about playing this game with just the music. When there's no music, and then there's a jump scare, and then there's music, it's like, damn it. And that startled you as well, Lucinda. Yeah. These jump scares that are tied to the actual music track and having the dialogue and sound effects turned off when they were mixing it, they were like, if anyone ever tries to do this with just the music, we're still going to be able to put jump scares in. Listen, damn it, you're off the tab that time. It got you again. You're jumpy today. This game is just jump scare today. Jump scare after jump scare. This text in this journal entry of Hannah's about Josh, it's something that you can actually miss. You need to swipe in the opposite direction to what um, turns the other pages. Thank you, Agorki. I will have a good day. I hope you do too. Thank you for watching and chatting. That's right, Octavius. Yeah, another promoter. Created their account on the 11th, so not that long ago. Octavius, you don't know, they must introduce a anti-spam system. Like social, there are hidden filtered messages of all kinds of weird stuff. At some points, you believe they're not real people, only computers doing their thing. That is true, yeah. Having messages that try to come off as if they're a real person, having done it. I mean, on a platform like Facebook, for example, it would make sense if you had created a post and someone came to it and said, "Oh, I liked your post." So, since this is Twitch and not Facebook or a similar site where you can actually create posts, I mean, um, it's a bit weird to say that you liked the post that was made as well, you know. Um, but the other thing is too, I know that not everyone, when they create an account, legitimately are going to have usernames that are um, always going to be formal. You know what I mean? Um, but if you're coming up with an account, I doubt you would just put random letters and numbers and that it, unless you had some kind of, ulterior motive for creating your account. So yeah, it's like WFDCFGHY. Like, yep. Yeah, so you don't mind the obvious ones. You really just like the ones that chat with you for 30 minutes and then try to get you to buy artwork. Exactly. Yeah. I actually have seen some streamers have two separate people do the same trick, and they're artists, and they're like, their first thing is to say, "Hi, how are you?" And then the streamer might be like, "Yeah, I'm going good. How are you?" And then they might be like, "This is a great game. Do you like it?" And then you're like, "Yeah, it's a pretty good game." And the next thing is, "Oh, by the way, I can do your channel artwork and all this type of stuff." It's like, no, ban. It's like if you're someone who is an artist and you would like to, you know, have people on Twitch, uh, get you to do artwork for them, just become a streamer yourself, stream yourself doing your artwork, and then naturally people who come into your channel, if they enjoy seeing what art you're doing, they might actually message you and say, "Hey, I've seen the artwork that you're doing, I'd like to, get something done. And Mita, you're back, but you have to go again. You wanted to say bye though. Have a great rest of the evening. Catch you next time. That's no worries, then, Mita. Welcome back to you as well, dude. I really hope that you have a great start to your stream. And thank you. I definitely will have a great rest of my evening. It's actually almost 1 a.m. here at the moment, but we're almost through this chapter, so that's when I'll be ending. But definitely recommend people check out Mita's channel if you haven't before. Oh, nice. You're doing Until Dawn. Very good, dude. That's awesome. That's great. I really hope that you have a great start to it. Emita is also playing through games like The Witcher 3. He's finished that playthrough though, but he's a big fan of the Witcher series, especially Witcher 3. And so he did a 100% playthrough without the HUD and no fast travel allowed and limited looks at the map. And he's now doing his first playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077 as well. Oh, that's my link. Hang on. Stream Elements, what are you doing? How the hell did that not go through as normal? That was weird. 'Cause I was gonna say, I thought it was like a surprise playthrough that you're gonna do of Until Dawn or something. Oh damn. Thronebreaker, The Witcher Tales. Because when I gave you a shout out before, I saw that it had there that, yeah. That's all good for the shout out, Emita. Now it's right. Absolutely. Oh damn. But yeah, I don't know why Stream Elements got mixed up there. Thank you, Stream Elements. You confused me. I'm gonna best you deserve a shout out too, Rod. Yeah. Talk about tooting your own horn. It's like it makes it no worries. It happens. It definitely can for sure. I've had that happen too, where it's done that, and I'm like, oh, I hope you have a great stream in Meta. Thank you for being here and for lurking and everything. That's all good in Meta. No worries, dude. Lucinda, aka Rod, you're off work, but you've got to get ready to start the rest of your day now. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very, very much, Lucinda. I definitely will. That's good that your work is finished for today. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Dishonored 2. When Dying Light the Beast comes out, we'll also be doing a playthrough of that game. A big fan of the Dying Light series, but also Dead Island series, as well as the Dishonored series, the Last of Us series as well. A great streamer, so definitely recommend. And thank you for being here, Lucinda. No worries at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you one. Thank you so much for the lurking as well. Really appreciate it. Hey, AC, welcome back. You're back before the end. Let's go. Absolutely. We're in chapter 6 now. Getting closer to finishing chapter 6. Once we finish this, I'm going to end the stream. But it was so funny because it's almost 1:30 in the morning here. And yesterday I played Tomb Raider Underworld till about 2 or 2:30. So getting close to that same amount of time, but definitely almost finished. Raiders Chapter 6 finished. Chapter 5 and 6 done today. Crooked, thank you so very much for the raid, dude. I really appreciate that a lot. I'm so sorry about the timing, though, because this is where I'm going to end it. But still, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Welcome to you and your raiders as well. Welcome on in. I hope you had a great stream. Hey there, it's Azativ. Welcome on in. Hey there, QuickDex. Hey, Sheila. Sheila, ahoy, Rod, doing good. How about you? How is Until Dawn going? You see, Chris has a tough choice to make. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Sheila. That's awesome, dude. As for me, doing well. Another early late stream finish. It's about 1:36 a.m. But yeah, Until Dawn is going good. There was a section that I wanted to do a certain way to allow Sam to actually explore a collectible area, just in case there's specific music. But I fucked up on the QTE. I accidentally pressed square and triangle at the same time instead of just square. But that's okay. We can cover that another time. But yeah, I thought I'd go with that choice with Ashley. Hey there, Dex. Glad to hear that you're going well. That's awesome. And Merry Friday to you too. Thank you very much. I'm doing really well, thank you. Hey, Senny. Hope Until Dawn is going well today. You had a good stream. Still really liking the story of Banishes. Didn't make as much main story progress as you wanted, but it was also some pretty lengthy quests. Gonna prioritize the main story a bit going further. Can't wait to get to Black Flag as well. Glad to hear that you had a good stream, dude. That's really, really good as well. Also good that you're still liking the story. It's one of those things too where with some games you don't know straight away how long it's going to take to actually get good if it's not that good to start with, but that's good that you're enjoying it as well. And some pretty lengthy quests. No multiple quests accepted. Yeah, oh shit indeed. Absolutely, Crooked. What a choice. It's funny the do nothing approach as well. Dex, the illustrious crocodiles took care of us, but now we're your problem. Good luck with that. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Crooked, that's no worries, dude. I figured you might call it soon, but wanted to see how things were going still. Thank you so very much, Crooked, for sure. Yeah, it's been interesting doing this because there's so many choices. Some that might have their own music and others that might not as well. There's a lot of jump scares. I was even getting jumped as well. Same with Lucinda as well. More like persistent and never-ending single quest accepted. It's like the continuously ongoing quest that just keeps on going and does not end. Some people started playing it not knowing what it was, and they'll be playing it forever just because it is the game that does not end. So for those who are new to the channel, I stream every day. This game, though, is only 1 day a week at the moment, but I'll be back to this game next Friday. But Saturday through to Thursday is going to be Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So that'll be good because if I can get that done over those days, even if I don't, that'll still give me a lot of game content to get through, and that'll be good as well. But that's the current schedule for those who haven't come across the channel before. Just apologies for so short a sort of like section. But yeah, been streaming for 8 hours and it's about 20 to 2 in the morning. Not that I'm going to go to sleep anytime soon. I'll probably be up for another 2 or 3 hours. But in terms of streaming and all that kind of stuff, there's definitely enough for today. But we're going to go and raid out to, I think Lucinda has gone live with Dishonored 2. Awesome. So we'll go and raid out to Lucinda. Before I do that, though, I just want to give some shout-outs to some streamers I'd like to also recommend. Crooked, you can imagine, especially with music only, so it can catch you off more guard, I'd imagine. Absolutely, because you've also got trigger points for certain things, and you want to make sure that the music has looped before you get to the next section. So sometimes it's a lot of just stand still as the character and let things go for as long as possible. Sometimes the music will just stop, and then other times it'll just keep on looping as well. Octavius, nice stream, Rod. Thank you for the company you're making us. No trouble at all, Octavius, for sure. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I really do appreciate it. I hope everyone has a great one. Thank you, Sheila. I definitely will have a good rest of my evening. Hope you do too. Would definitely also like to recommend people check out AC, who's been doing Ark Survival Ascended, in Mita, who's playing for the first time Thronebreaker, The Witcher Tales. I'm in a bear suit, who for the first time is doing a full playthrough of Resident Evil 1 Remake, and he's also doing it on original Nintendo GameCube hardware as well. Crocodiles is doing playthroughs of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden. It's actually his first time playing that one. It's part of a historical order run. He's doing all these different games across different franchises in timeline order. So he's currently up to Banish's Ghost of New Eden, and next he'll be jumping into Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden as well. Schiller has been doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. It's actually his first time playing Last of Us Part 2, although technically now it's not the first time because he's also doing various parts of it because he's doing a full sort of like all achievements run with The Last of Us Part 2. And Shaky has been doing Far Cry 6, and Shin the Ninja Penguin has been doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Schiller and Crooked, absolutely no worries at all for the shoutouts. More than happy to give them to you. Whoops, I hit my microphone. Thank you so very much again for the raid, Crooked. Really appreciate it, dude. Hey there, Dobledore. I hope things have been going well. Sorry about the timing. We're just about to raid out. But I hope you're having a good weekend so far. There's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste, and I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. So I was looking at the calendar, and there's 2 more Fridays left in September. So finishing chapter 6 next Friday, if I can do the next 2 chapters, and then the following Friday do the final 2 chapters, then that will work out well for this first pass through. And it looks like it's going to extend into October, but I might change what day that falls on as well. But I'll worry about that when we actually get to October. But thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Valhalla. If you see me streaming that, then you know that's my Saturday game. Until next time, have a good one.